Alright. The game is opening up. Right, now... Alright. That sets up everything. I don't know what buttons my game was hitting back there. Alright, but let's begin. Hey guys, gamers in the zone, and welcome back to Sultan's Sanctuary. Last time I played, I managed to finish the game. And I chose the ending where I had my character escape the island. And oh boy, there was quite the few revelations at the end there. And apparently there were some I missed too, as there were apparently some optional bosses. So yeah, a lot I missed before ending the game. And of course, similar to Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne, my character's immediately thrusted into New Game Plus. Now, I have no idea if that means everything is going to be stronger or what all that entails. But yeah, that's how that goes. So, yeah, I sort of decided that for my second playthrough where I go for the other ending, and maybe take on some of the bosses I missed, I chatted with my regulars on the Discord on if I should just do New Game Plus to get through this, or if it would be better to start a new character. And I thought of it carefully on which I feel would be most fitting for this. And so, I was recommended to start a new character. So that being said, I've decided on a few different characters. So, there's a variety of different builds to consider. And so I created a bunch of different characters that I mainly wanted to base on the different creeds in the game I was interested in joining. Because obviously for my main creed here, I know I kind of finished off the game with Devara, the Devara creed, since it never gave me the option to rejoin the Iron Ones. And so I did look up some stuff about the game offline to find out that once you join a different creed, you're unable to re-enter the one you were previously in. So because of that, I was kind of stuck in whatever covenant I was in. So I just ended up sticking with Devara for the rest of the game. So maybe when I get the chance, I'll rejoin the Iron Ones, because I still feel like for Trip here that as mainly a sword fighter, that the Iron Ones would still fit him best. From the lore that I researched, though, Devara is still a pretty good creed to follow, from what I could tell. As it's one of the original gods that, has a good possibility of being actual gods, as like certain scriptures suggests that from miracles seen that she does exist as there were signs of various miracles from her throughout the ages, such as one where they were hunted by the Creed of the Three, and thus D'Vorah unleashed a miracle that, like, blasted away the army or something, after an old follower, like, called upon their powers and was killed. They, like, blew themselves up or something from the power of D'Vorah, which is quite the spectacle, I must say. So I guess it's alright that I finished the game following the D'Vorah Creed, despite not needing to follow any creeds for to use my weapons. So that's how that went. So what I've done here was I've created a variety of characters that are going to follow different covenants. So like I created Finkel based on my pirate character in Dark Souls 3, which for those of you who remember, that was my character for Dark Souls 3, the one that I used in my co-op run of the game with Finnegan. So I plan on him being a part of, like, that gold covenant, the one where you, like, heal with the wine. We have Hotaru, which is a... So this one might take some explaining to do. So, for those of you who don't know, I based this character off one of the VTubers I follow. And I wanted to try and base it off the character they had for Final Fantasy XIV. Now, I could not tell, as someone who's never played any MMOs, I couldn't tell at all if their character was meant to be a mage or a cleric. So for this character, I went with cleric. And yeah, I based it off of this particular VTuber. Because with the Covenant I wanted to join, I felt like it was very... I wanted a character that was Japanese-themed, and I thought Hotaru was fitting, since she was, like, I think the very first Japanese VTuber I followed on Twitch. So yeah, there's that. And then I got John, which is the character I'm going to have basically be John Dark Souls. I always like doing that, like setting up an alternate character to basically be John Dark Souls. I know I didn't quite name him John, a character like this, back in Dark Souls. Maybe I will for Dark Souls 2 and 3. At least 3, I'm sure. Which I'm going to have be a follower of the 3. And of course Big Nolan, so... For those who don't know offline, Big Nolan was a character I made in Dark Souls to be basically my mage character. I wanted to obviously base it off Big Hat Logan, as I always felt like Nolan and Logan sounded like very similar names. So I thought it would be kind of funny to have a character named Nolan. Unfortunately, there weren't enough... In Dark Souls, there wasn't enough spaces for me to go with Big Hat Logan, or Big Hat Nolan, so I just went with Big Nolan. So yeah, we got a mage character here. I'm going to be planning on this one, with it being a mage, have it follow one of the creeds I unfortunately never found. So then I got... Oh yeah, and for those wondering, I made Finkel a pirate character. So then we have Elizabeth. I wanted to make like a human version of like Elizabeth the Mushroom from Dark Souls. So one that's, you know, healer based, so I made it a paladin. And I was planning on, I think this one be my follower of D'Vorah. And then we've got, of course, Patches, which, I mean, if you've played any of the From Software games, you know exactly who Patches is. And so I figured I was going to have him also follow a covenant I didn't follow in the original game. So, of all these characters that I've created, I guess the question now is which one do I want to play as? Because I feel like for the ending that I'm going for, I feel like it would be fitting to either have it be Finkel, have it be, maybe John. I'm unsure with Big Nolan or Hotaru. Definitely not Elizabeth. I don't see why a follower of Devara would go with the bad ending. And then, of course, Patches. I could definitely see Patches doing the bad ending. So I guess it really comes down to the kind of build I'm going for and what everyone wants to see me do. So what I'm going to do is, for Finkel, they mainly start with a whip and a crossbow. I'd be down to go with to try out whatever guns are in this game and consider a whip build. I just feel like, considering the fact that I always make this a pirate character, I'm unsure if the whip is really all that fitting for a pirate. Maybe it could be. I'm just not sure. And obviously, Hotaru and Elizabeth are going to be my miracle users. I'm just unsure what weapon I want to have Hotaru use. And I mean, Elizabeth, they got the mace, which would make sense as a heavy hitter. And Big Nolan, I mean, I know Patches, obviously I'm going to be using a basic great shield and, a spear, similar to how he actually fights in Dark Souls, and probably other Soulsborns for that matter. So I guess the thing is, while I feel like John would be an interesting one that would be fitting for this ending that we're going for, at the same time, it's also a very similar build to what we've got with Trip. So I think that's going to limit it down to these three: Finkel, Patches, and Big Nolan. The thing is, I also feel like my mage wouldn't be one to want to conquer for a mage character. I feel like the only ones that would want to conquer the island would be either my pirate, Patches, or John. So it'd be a lot easier if my regulars were here to help me decide, but I think they're all busy right now. Let me check. 'Cause I know for a fact I posted the stream announcement on my Discord. Well, I can only assume they're busy right now, but I suppose this leaves me with only one thing I can do. We're gonna spin a wheel. And the wheel shall decide which character I play as. So of all the characters that I created, I will... Okay, so... Because we could also just do New Game Plus if we wanted to. So... That, and then... Alright, so we've got about, 7 characters, as I have created. Or I guess also as a little, if we want to throw in just something else entirely, we could also go with a new character. Although if that's the case, I don't know what I would base that character on, if I were to do that. So never mind, forget about that. Alright, let's spin the wheel and see what we get. Okay, definitely not doing New Game Plus. Okay, the wheel has spoken, and it has chosen John. So I guess that means we're just going with... We're just going to be going with John... John Dark Souls. So what I'm going to do is... I'm already a little ways into this with that character, so we're going to start a new game and create John for this. I always like how it starts out with my default username, even if it means I have to delete it all to restart all of this. So I want it to be like the most basic bare bones knight character, so have it be male. Yeah, I'll probably just stick with all the default options here. Like, not bother with anything. For starter effects, for the kind of creed that I'm following, I feel like the Crystal Sphere makes the most sense. Since with that creed, or with that item, it allows you to change sanctuaries to follow your creed. So let's see, we also have Knight. And of course, Origin will be in Ascaria, as that seems to be the heart of the Eastern continent and the creed of the three to begin with. Yeah, I did a lot of lore research to before starting this second playthrough, so I have a good grasp on the Sultan Sanctuary lore now, but from what I understand, each of the four continents kind of has its own kingdom. I forget everything about every particular civilization here, but I know that a decent amount of some of them. Like I said, Ascaria is the heart, the main capital of the Eastern continent, which is basically your typical kingdom that is kind of considered to be the biggest world power in the world of Sultan Sanctuary in terms of military might. And yeah, we're also the founders of the Creed of the Three, which, interestingly, considering the fact that they're considered new gods, the three, in a sense, obviously did not start out as gods, but they were initially noblemen who were interested in unifying the entire Eastern continent under one particular creed, and thus they founded the three with the concept of, three of the three noblemen getting to become gods, where the idea was simple. They would go around the surrounding nations. I don't know if they did it much in any of the other continents, but definitely a lot in the Eastern continent. The idea is that they would go forth from place to place and would ask people, do you pledge yourselves to the Creed of the Three? Now, a lot of people joined, whether because they didn't follow religion and didn't really care, or it's because they basically felt they had no choice, as those who refused to join the Creed of the Three were apparently brought to that one area I found, the Red Hall of Cages, to be tortured or killed. So yeah, they basically had this system of join us, abandon all other gods you may worship to worship us, or be destroyed. Then, but yeah, that's the idea there. And while I did make the Creed of the Three very much hated, it also, in a sense, worked in becoming the most popular and well-known creed across the continents. Although, yeah, it did lead to a lot of people fleeing. Like, I know the entire story of the Pilgrims of Devara is that their pilgrimage was to flee from Ascaria to avoid having to abandon their goddess. And interestingly, it's because of the founding of the three that led to the founding of the Iron One's creed that I liked following up in the northern continent. Likely over here in Markdor. Anyway, I forget. I think Livin was the kingdom that had where the Village of Smiles initially was. And then the Citadel is well known for its mages. Jonas's Landing, apparently not much is known about that. I forget what Gindrin was about. I know Kokis down in the... We're going into the southern continent now, but Kokis was apparently... obviously very desert-like in nature. Coast Rock, I think it was less nature and mostly rock terrain. As we learned from one of the thieves, it's a good place for maybe criminals wanting to start anew with their life. Karhi, this is the location in the game that's apparently intended to be based off Japan. With it being an island separate from the main continent. So then we have the western continent, which is known for constantly being at war with Ascaria. A lot of wars happen between them. So likely with this nation, Tristan, as I believe Cadania and Gulchmire are known for their swamp terrain. And is also where different grasses are founded, such as the grasses used to make healing items, as well as some that... I forget what they were used to make, but I think it's also some of the deadliest poisons can be found in these swamps as well. So yeah, you want to be careful about that. So then yeah, northern continent is where the founding of the Iron Ones were. Dor Isle, I know it was at some point was well known for aiding Markdor in various things. And then Tanibur, I forget what their story was, but apparently they've gone through a lot of oppression. Anyway, for this character, since we're making it basic John Dark Souls, I'm going with Ascaria. Makes sense with the knight character. And thus, let's venture forth. This world has known war for centuries, but peace is finally preciously near. We deliver the princess to the kingdom across the sea where a marriage alliance would save us all. Failing this mission would surely plunge us into darker days. So, in a way, it's never directly explained exactly how our character ended up on board this ship. Because depending on what backstory you give your character, it's clear that this ship is either heading... Well, I guess I'll go into more detail once we move forward a bit here. Oh, you there, stranger. We've been boarded in the night. They'll want to kidnap our lady. Ransom her. Protect her. Yeah, we've been boarded by marauders. So, I don't know if I saw this or not. Someone landed a hit on me. I'm kind of just mindlessly swinging with my sword, and it's not helping very much. And we kind of hit each other there. So I found that if you hang out over here, you basically can actually get a glimpse of the princess and what I think is her handmaiden. Now, unfortunately, we never actually get to meet the handmaiden, or the princess, directly, as we're eventually greeted to the Forest Loss encounter outside. But yeah, from what people can see of the princess, first off, we don't see any sort of slave brand on her, so it's unknown if she was a slave, as one of the characters in the game recommended the possibility of. From what we can tell based on the skin color, though, it's likely this princess is Ascarian, which would make some level of sense, considering the fact that Ascaria is always at war with Tristan. So, it's interesting because depending on the background you give your character, you sort of have to make up your own character's story as to how they ended up on board the ship and ended up in this mess. So, for this knight character, good old John here, obviously he's a knight of Ascaria, so it makes sense that he'd probably be like the one to help escort, one of the knights assigned to help escort the princess. But it's also interesting how, depending on what character you have, could also decide, maybe other reasons for being on board the ship. Like for my first character, Trip, who started out as a peasant on board this ship. It's interesting because I set up my character to not really follow any gods. So it brings up the question. I also set him up to be from the Citadel, which is known for its mages. Which then brings up the question of how could a peasant be from the Citadel, at a place known for mages, and not revere any god, and not look up to any gods, especially when magic comes from the gods. So in a way, it brings forth some backstory to my original character in that maybe they were once a part of the Citadel, but because they couldn't understand magic, couldn't really bring himself to believe in gods, and wanted to follow the ways of steel. And because of that, was maybe kicked out of the Citadel. As for maybe what they're doing on board this ship, maybe that character I made was a good friend of the princess or something, and was maybe there to keep her comfort. Either that, or maybe they were good friends with the captain at one point, and the captain wanted a friend on board to play some games with. Because I do hear that in various ships out there back in the day, you'd sometimes have passengers on board that were just there to play games with the captain, like chess. So I could say that my first character was on this ship because they knew the captain, and the captain wanted him on board to play some games with. I guess with the kind of person I am, and always basing Trip off me as the self-insert protagonist, it could make some level of sense. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to get into the game now. And to this particular Forest Loss encounter against the Unspeakable Deep. Which, from what I can tell, this is the only time in the game you fight this guy. So I can never... And, of course, I immediately failed to get past him before he lunges at me. Yeah, obviously, that fight is really hard to beat since, while it is somewhat easy to avoid their attacks, the lack of healing items makes it to where it's like 1 or 2 hits depending on your build, and you're dead. Alright, over here we got a Great Pearl. But yeah, 1 or 2 hits is all it takes for that boss. And while they're relatively easy to dodge, if you don't know how to properly dodge them like I did there, it's pretty easy to die. Well, hello there. Just a Or no, wait, did I give this guy the old man voice? Yeah, well, hello there. You're just a fleshy bit of flotsam, washed ashore with the rest of us, You'll want shelter. You'll want sanctuary. But what is sanctuary without faith? There's an empty sanctuary up the beach. You can claim it for your creed. Tell me, do you keep the new gods? Yes. Most men follow the 3 deities, the king, the knight, and the judge. The king lends wisdom to men who lead. The knight protects warriors in combat, and the judge guides those who maintain order. Are you a follower of the 3 then? Yes. You're a follower of the 3, as I suspected. Here's a candelabra of the 3, icon of your creed. The the candelabra of the 3. You survived the shipwreck, didn't you? This island is full of shipwrecked sailors like you. I stand here on the beach. I see men drown. I see men survive. But I never see rescue. Perhaps this island is cursed. But weren't you already thinking that? But I have seen a princess, perhaps. Why is a princess so important? Living or dead, we're all the same flesh. Maybe I'm your princess, adorned in the skin of a decrepit old man. Well, go find your princess. You know what they say. A quest goes a long way to keep the madness at bay. Sanctuary is simple, but salvation is not. There's a lot that I found out about, like, the Krakens and other things. I really don't know where to begin with all of this. I mean, I've already gone into so much, and it's like, there's so much I want to talk about. I guess first off, we'll go ahead and claim the Sanctuary with the Creed of the 3. We don't have any salt to level anything up at the moment. We're basically restarting from 0. At least with us starting with this build, we immediately start with the Class 1 Sword Fighter and Class 1 Heavy Armor. So I won't need to worry about that anytime soon. We don't have the Poultice Pouch yet, though, which is interesting. So I guess now the question comes down to, what do I want to do to make this build stand out? Like, do I want to go in a cleric direction, despite already having 2 other characters that are going to be using miracles? So, I mean, I'm just trying to think about ways that I could have this character stand out more compared to my first character, who was also a sword fighter. So I feel like with me having a religion, even if it's with ordinary people who somehow became gods, you know, at least I could maybe do something to start with for becoming like a cleric. I could also consider becoming a spearman instead of being a sword fighter. That is also something I could do, since you also occasionally see knights wield spears, right? I could also go in the mace direction. So I suppose there's a few options for... Oh, that's also an option. I could have this character wield an axe. Because, yeah, I don't think any of my other characters are going to be wielding axes in their adventure. So unless I want to change them to have the build of being an axe fighter. Let's see here. Because of all the options here of characters I've built, I don't see how any of them would start wielding an axe. I mean, I suppose if I wanted to, I could have my pirate character wield an axe. Though at the same time, I've never seen a pirate wield an axe. So I guess that's still a little uncertain on what the best weapon for them would be. Just considering my options here. Alright, let's get back into John's adventure. But yeah, that'll definitely leave a bit more room for possibility on what all I could use. Let's see, pouch of salt. I can never understand what those grays are for. I can only assume that's for, like, those are, like, players who maybe died at one point. That's all I can assume. But, it feels good to be back. The dead welcome you. So I forget what castle the Festering Banquet is supposed to be at. Again, I only just the other day found out about Salt and Sanctuary lore, so I'm not going to immediately have it all memorized. I mean, I know I know the most interesting parts of it. But I'm not going to immediately remember everything. So let's see, if I remember correctly, we go up this way, right? To get to where we want to go. Alright, take that. Really gonna use some more of these abilities more often. Like, stuff I could use often. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I guess I'll stick with that. Alright, we found some red shards. I know somewhere around here there's a candle that I can use to... Hello. Let's see, can I get your axe? No. Well, unfortunately not. But I know I want to get as high up here as possible. And then I can, if I remember correctly, send down a ladder back down to the first floor. I'm not seeing that option here, though. So am I remembering wrong? It's definitely different not having any of my brands anymore. Ah, here we go. Kick the ladder down. There we go. Oh, hi. I did not see you at all. Dup. Alright, we came from the ladder. Okay, more red shards. I forget how easy it is to stock up on red shards in this game. Honestly, I never used them enough. Maybe in this adventure I ought to use them more often. Would definitely help if I ever decide to do a hardcore run. Okay, the rogue armor set. I already have the knight armor set. That'll be good for a decent amount of my adventure. I don't know exactly how much, but should be good for a good amount of my adventure. Come on, drop your axe. Aww. Okay, bandage ring. If I remember correctly, that's the ring that reduces, yeah, that reduces the wounding effect. Which easily makes it the best ring in the game. Yeah, I saw you rising there. You can't fool me. Okay, here's the candles. Nothing else we can do here now. Other than go and fight the boss. Let's do it. The Sodden Knight. Been a while since I fought this boss. I forget exactly how I go about this fight. Nope. You know, the lightning move honestly makes this fight easy since it... I just have to jump right over him and... Oh, what? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Alright, let me heal, please. Alright, have red shards at the ready. Alright, I'm just gonna mind my distance and use throwing daggers. Alright, there we go. I just needed a couple more hits off of him and he was dead. First try on the Sodden Knight. So it's clear I still got my experience from my first playthrough. Alright, let's head back here. Let's, heal up! Oh, jeez. I just wanted to get back to the sanctuary so I could heal up and get my flasks back. No sign of any axes yet. A journey bottle. I forget if... glass bottle, some parchment, and an inkstone pencil. The bottle seems uncertain about remaining in this universe. Oh, that's probably how I write messages. I completely forgot about that. Let's see, mend. And we have the fortress key allowing us to continue onward. Greetings, traveler. Do you have a quest? Yes. Rescuing a princess, I haven't seen any princesses, but don't lose hope, friend. Anyway, it's good to have a quest. Would you like to know what my quest is? Sure. Excellent. My quest is to invade that castle to the east, defeat its guardians, and slay the dragon. Castles must be invaded and dragons must be slain, mustn't they? Getting into the castle is a different story. There's a bridge to it, but it's missing bits. There's another way in, but it's not easy. I saw a passage beneath the fortress you and I just emerged from. Perhaps it leads through a village of sorts. There was a shortcut that connected the beach to the village, but it's been barred. Perhaps you can unlock it. I heard something about a jester. The jester knows a way to get to places no one else can. It's easy to claim something. Until you can actually back your claims up, you're just a rumor monger. Still gotta be one of my favorite lines from the game to this day. Oh, that's right, there's a black pearl here. Oh yeah, and there's like a secret here from what I remember. This is where the armor merchant was, right? Well, I have no way to know since there's a gate here. What was over here again? Oh, hi. I forget what was all here. Well, there's a bow. Let's see, a bolt. And more red shards. So to fetch me some good stuff. Alright, let's head back to the sanctuary for a moment to do some leveling up. Because I think I just learned myself a prayer. Yeah, men. Restore some HP and reduce some wounding. Didn't know prayers could actually reduce wounding. That's going to be useful. Alright, so let's do some leveling up. And now it's decide time. How do we want to do this? We've got a lot of weapons to choose from. Because again, I would be down to go down the axe route. I guess first off, we'll start by... I kind of want to start by going for the healing items just so I can get some better... have a few more of those instead of being stuck with nothing. Before I focus all out on having, a build and stuff. But I'm definitely interested in going down the route of of prayer. So I can start actually learning some stuff. We'll see how that goes later on. For now, let's continue our adventure. Okay, that's not what I wanted. More red shards. Hey, Whoosh WTF over on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you're just in time. I'm starting my second playthrough of the game. So if you want an idea on where I started here, if you want a taste of my first character that I made before I created John Dark Souls here, I started... My first playthrough had me going with Trip here, which I basically created to be a sword fighter. And as always, I enjoy going with the medium weight shields. And I went with the Krakon armor. That armor looked really cool to wear and had some fairly decent stats. I used the Mossy Charm to increase my swing speed. Bandaged Ring, Mending Ring, Mossy Ring, and Wrapped Link. Yes, I've been going through a lot of Soulsborns lately. Honestly, the Soulsborne might be one of my new favorite genres, as I've been really getting into them, both in terms of the big From Software titles, and of course some of the smaller titles out there, like, Little Witch No Beta. Obviously, there's this game, and, at some point, as soon as I get my hands on its DLC, I'm thinking about starting a playthrough of Lies of P at some point. Until then, in terms of the From Software titles, I've gone through a lot of them at this point. At this point, the only two I have not gotten to is Sekiro and Elden Ring. Well, technically I played a bit of Elden Ring, but back when I first played it, I was still fairly new to the genre and played it pretty badly. So I might start a new game once I do inevitably return to Elden Ring and start, playing it actually good. This is one of your favorites. You didn't like Dark Souls? It's interesting, because I actually consider Dark Souls to be like my new favorite video game. Like, I keep coming back to that game. Like, if I look at my hours, my playtime hours in Dark Souls here on Steam, I've got about, just from Dark Souls Remastered alone, 792 hours. You played 10 hours and never found a dagger in Dark Souls? I understand. It's your first playthrough. It's easy to miss stuff. I mean, I never found the Claymore my first playthrough since I never figured out how to get past the Hellkite Dragon. You were playing a thief build. I mean, they start out with a knife weapon, don't they? In the form of, which knife was it? I forget exactly what knife it was called. I think it was just called the Bandit's Knife. You get the Broken Sword to start. Well, yeah, that's basically your starter weapon. And then, you immediately get thrusted into the Asylum Demon, in which you're intended to flee down the small gate in order to find your actual starter equipment in the form of, whatever shield your character is meant to start with, along with, your primary weapon. So you should have at least had your Bandit's Knife to start with. So if you'd like, Whoosh, if you ever feel like you judge Dark Souls too quickly, and you ever want to get it a second chance, I'm down to help you out with that. 'Cause there's nothing wrong with getting help from a jolly cooperator. But I mean, if you had other reasons for not liking the game, perfectly understandable. So I'll understand if you don't really want to return to it. Because at the end of the day, Soulsborns aren't for everyone. Anyway, where was I in the game here? Oh yeah, I was talking about the character I made here. So I enjoy it. I went with the heater shield, just a good old all-around decent defense. Since I do like parrying. I do think what I should have done, though, is for when it came to the big bosses, I had the ability to wield any shield, so I could have wielded... what shield was it? I know I had a good one here. Where is it? I think it was... Was it this one, the Type 46 Tower Shield, or was it the... No, not the Iron Rampart. Let me look more carefully through these shields. I know I managed to get the, like, the Great Shield that the, maybe it was the Iron Rampart. The Great Shields that the Armor Guardians wield. You've never really been into 3D games in general since Mario 3D. That's understandable. Everyone has their tastes when it comes to game, and yeah, if you prefer a more traditional 2D experience, I mean, hey, that's perfectly understandable. I will say, though, knowing that you're big into Salt and Sanctuary, I'd like to ask, are you big into Hollow Knight? Because if you enjoyed Salt and Sanctuary, I honestly see a lot of similarities between Salt and Sanctuary and Hollow Knight. In that, I mean, they're both Metroidvanias. And while not directly, they, in their own ways, allow for a lot of potential between builds. Maybe not as much as Salt and Sanctuary, but with the charm system... You never played Hollow Knight? Well, yeah, I'm going to say, like, if you're big into Metroidvanias, Hollow Knight's a good one. It is pretty hard, though. Like, well, then again, if you like Salt and Sanctuary is still a fairly hard game. So I guess I'm certain you'd enjoy Hollow Knight. And it's especially a good time to try out Hollow Knight because... they recently released the very long-anticipated sequel, Silksong. Like, fans have been waiting years for that game. With, like, little to no updates on it, too. Like, very... hardly any trailers for it at all. So when we finally got the reveal trailer revealing that it was going to be released very soon, we were freaking out. Like, I definitely wasn't expecting it to release so soon. But yeah, that's what happened. But yeah, that's a personal recommendation from me. Because I didn't think I'd enjoy Hollow Knight at first, because I know my sister initially gifted me that game as a means of using the PlayStation controller she gifted me. Which I never used at all. So that, combined with the fact that I wasn't really big into Metroidvanias at the time, I ended up initially dropping Hollow Knight. And then, I think it was after I, like, got really big into Metroid. Like, you know, I tried out the first Metroid, and then I think, because I was mainly going off what the Switch collection had at the time, I went straight to Super Metroid, which... definitely was a good game. You're pretty hit and miss with Metroidvanias. Hollow Knight never interested you. Gotcha. But yeah, with good old Metroid, you can't go wrong with that. Especially Super Metroid. That game in particular is a timeless classic, for sure. Yeah. Now, a few things I'd like to mention with this character before I go back to John Dark Souls with this character. is that while I'm currently a follower of Devara, I mainly intended to, because I initially started out following the Iron ones, as I felt like, mainly with all the other Soulsborne games giving me trust issues when it comes to gods in various Soulsborns, I wanted to go with the Iron ones to say that I followed no gods. And while I initially went with that for quite a good chunk of the game, the thing is that this game, its achievements require you to join all of the different creeds. And there was no way for me to go back to following the Iron ones, which led me with no choice but to pick a god, in which I decided to go with Devara's Light, and that's what I ended up finishing the game with. Unfortunately. So hopefully in New Game Plus there's a way for me to change it back. Otherwise, I also know for the ending I got. So the main reason why I'm doing a second playthrough on this, did I get the Hidden Creed? I never knew about the Hidden Creed outside of it being mentioned in the achievements. Or is that one of the hidden achievements and there's a creed I haven't found yet? Because the achievements... let me get back to Salt and Sanctuary here. Because in terms of the achievements I have... Yeah, Find Salvation. That's the ending I went with for this character here, Trip. Is that I went with the Escape ending. So let's see, achievements I got: Find Salvation, the Palace, the Crypts, the Alchemistry, the Lake, the Ruins, Honed, the Construct, Storied, the Ziggurat, the Mire, the Cave, the Sacrifice, the Dome, the Red Hall, the House of Splendor, the Castle... Branded, the Imposter, the Keep, the Forest, the Stone Roots, Devara's Light, the Village, the Three, the Banquet, Find Sanctuary, and the Iron ones. Those are the achievements I have. The achievements that are still I don't have yet is there's Devoted, achieve the maximum devotion level in your creed. No idea how to do that. Coast Rock, Aid a Despondent Thief. Wise Words, Aid a Questing Knight. The Unspeakable Deep, defeat the Unspeakable Deep, which is that forced loss encounter at the start of the game. So clearly it's beatable, I just haven't been able to beat them yet. Order of the Betrayer, take an oath to the Order of the Betrayer. Keepers of Fire and Sky, take an oath to the Gods of Fire and Sky. Fading Fast, aid an unraveling sorcerer. And then apparently there's 2 hidden achievements that I have not found yet. Really never like it when a game has hidden achievements, because it's like, unless it's something super easy to do, how am I supposed to know how to get them? Okay, Betrayer is the hidden creed. Gotcha. Now, I did, after my first playthrough, research the lore of this game. That I have a good understanding of the overarching story of all of this now. That I think I saw how to join the Betrayers. In that, from what I understand, I have to, like, convert a sanctuary, or attempt to convert a sanctuary into my creed and fail. Because, like, the bottles were to help me find the location of where to join it, but I didn't have the required item. Since I would have had no idea that to get that item, I had to use, you know, attempt to claim a sanctuary under my creed and fail. Do you want to tell me how to get max devotion? Sure, go ahead. Probably something I'm going to be working on offline. As for my second playthrough, I'm mainly just going to be focusing on getting the second ending that I didn't get, which I guess is based off the choice the Scarecrow gave me. I'm guessing is the one where I conquer the island or something. Using the Stone Leader, complete all of the jobs. Okay, so you're talking about... Oh, I don't have it with this character yet. Well, here, what I'll do is... I'll see what I got. Got for my other character. For good old Trip. So first off, I want to see if it's possible to rejoin the Iron Ones here. Make your way up to the beach. I don't get the option. Didn't you? This island is full of shipwrecked sailors like you. I stand... Yep. Okay, so you still give the same dialogue. Which, now that I think about it, we never find the princess at all in our adventure. We just sort of took out the nameless god and escaped. So I don't know if the princess is tied to the other ending, or if I missed something. Like if it was possible to find the princess. Okay, so is this still claimed under... Oh, I have to claim it under Devara's Light. Can I... Do I have to... 'Cause I do prefer to be... No, once again, the game is forcing me to go with the creed that I'm stuck with, that I had to join to get the achievement. I will say that's one issue I'm gonna say. Because something I liked in Dark Souls when you're achievement hunting is that outside of maybe for unique spells and miracles exclusive to Covenant rankings, most of the time you just need the achievement for discovering the Covenant rather than actually having to join it. But this game, you basically have to join the Covenant in order to get the achievement. So now, for New Game Plus here, I'm going to be stuck under Devara's Light for a while. Well, at least for this character, I'll have a reason to change this sanctuary later on. I just gotta know where the original Iron one is, because I initially went with the Iron ones being my starter one, but I never found any sanctuaries that looked like it was already owned by the Iron ones. Okay, so never mind, not this character. I'll have to try it out with John Dark Souls at some point to ensure it works or something. Because, you know, what I was thinking of doing here is I'd make a different character and have each of them follow the different creeds. And I was going to have Patches here be the one that follows the Betrayer creed. As if you played any of the Soulsborne titles by From Software, which, as you made clear, you haven't, I was thinking of having... It would make sense with Patches being kind of a betrayer to be a part of that Covenant. We'll see. It sort of depends on how often I play this game as well. Because for all that I know, that maybe offline I'll just, you know, get the remaining achievements with Trip. We'll see how that goes. For now, let's get back to being John Dark Souls for this. But at least I now know, so thank you for offering some help with that. So I guess, we've been talking about my playthrough this whole time. I'm curious to know more about your experience in Salt and Sanctuary, as well as, answer me this. So, I've been hearing conflicting claims about this game's sequel, Salt and Sacrifice. So, on the one hand, I've been told by various friends that it's a good game. On the other hand, I have had the person who initially recommended me Salt and Sanctuary claim that this game's sequel, which is, from what I heard, is called Salt and Sacrifice, apparently goes completely against what made Salt and Sanctuary a good game in the first place. So, depending on if you've played Salt and Sacrifice or not, I'd like to hear your thoughts, to know what you think about it, and if you think it's a good game. You played it a lot, probably 30 completions with 2 New Game Plus 7s, dang. Honestly, it's pretty impressive, because at most, in Dark Souls, I usually just have one character that goes all the way up to New Game Plus 7. Ooh, Lightning Bolt. Only one character that goes all the way up to New Game Plus 7. I always forget what's this far down. Oh, hi! Yeah, I think I just want this. Considering how annoying you are in the late game, there's definitely no way I'm beating that guy now. Okay, you didn't play Sacrifice? Gotcha. So you can't say. But yeah, I've been told this game has a sequel called Salt and Sacrifice. And yeah, those are the varying claims. One being that it's a good game, and the other claim being that it goes against what made this game good in the first place. Okay, if I remember correctly, that route leads down to the village of Smiles. And then by opening this path up, we can head back to the Sanctuary. Hey, I have enough for another level up. Okay, now I was thinking carefully about what kind of build I wanted for the second player. Because obviously, I know I'm going like John Dark Souls. So while I could go with, you know, your generic knight character, at the same time, my first character, as you saw, already was a pretty tanky sword fighter. Because, I mean, I managed... For my first character, I basically maxed out the defender stat, so I could wield any shield in the game. I maxed out heavy armor, so I could wear any heavy armor. I maxed out sword fighter, so I could wield any sword in the game and be able to one-hand almost every two-handed sword. And then at that point, you know, I had the main ones I wanted, so I just used my extra levels towards being able to also wear any light armor. I had maxed that out as well. So I was mainly a sword fighter with that character. So if I'm still sticking with a knight character, I guess I'd like to hear your thoughts on what you think would still fit the build of a knight, while also following the Creed of the Three from, like, a story perspective. So, like, you know, if it would make more sense that, because I'm worshipping the Three, if it still would still make sense for me to, you know, be able to wield some prayers, as well as, you know, other weapons that would be fitting for a knight, like, if I'd want to consider wielding, you know, a spear poleaxe weapon, or if I should maybe also wield, you know, an axe. So I could see my character wielding... I could see a knight wielding an axe. Like, axe or poleaxe. I feel like that would also be pretty fitting for a knight character. So those are the two that I'm thinking. Either poleaxe or regular axe. Prayers are pretty strong. Okay, so I can start thinking about dedicating some levels to start wielding some prayer. Of course, it looks like I have to do quite a bit of leveling here just to be able to start using prayers. Like, that much wisdom just to be able to wield the first prayer when, like, here you can get straight into being able to wield weapons. Your second New Game +7 was the Pot Challenge wearing the Chef armor. Currently on New Game +2 with an Ore and Tuxedo Run. Haven't played in a while, though. Wait, you can find a tuxedo in this game? But dang. That's pretty impressive, though, if you have that kind of skill. I will say, have you ever tried playing the game on hardcore mode? Because I did look into the character customization settings, and it did mention a hardcore mode. But yeah, feel free to state what you think about that. As for now, yeah, never played hardcore. Okay, you don't have that much confidence in your skill. Yeah, I never did either back when I played Hollow Knight, because I know I was able to beat, you know, the boss rush in that game, which is pretty hard, like some of the hardest content in the game. And it gave me the confidence to try going for playing the game on Steel Soul mode, which is basically that game's hardcore mode. And to my shock, I end up first trying Steel Soul mode, like all the way up to the full 112%. You punish yourself by doing push-ups when you die. So increase your item find rate. I remember when I did challenge streams like that. Maybe in the future I'll still do challenge streams. What I mainly do for challenge streams is I mainly use challenge streams as a form of motivation. So, like, for example, I'll play, like, a hard video game like Dark Souls, and, like, but every time I die, I, you know, maybe do a bit of my homework. Okay, I wanted to lure them into the trap, but the dog kind of ruined that plan. You found you weren't dying much, so you added whenever you beat a boss, too. Gotcha. But yeah, I'd have that be my punishment for challenge streams. Like, whenever I die, I, you know, maybe do an assignment for, like, college, back when I was in college. And then, you know, whenever I'd be job searching, you know, whenever I'd make it to where whenever I died, I had to apply for a job. Which is something I might still do in the future, when I do inevitably have to start back up job searching. Getting lots of bells of return. Good. Oh, I just noticed that trap there. Oh yeah, so something I apparently heard, you can apparently walk, if you walk slowly over tripwires, apparently you won't break the tripwire, it won't trigger the trap. Apparently that's something you can do in this game. Alright, if I remember correctly... Okay, well now I got the attention of this Bronze Knight, so I guess we have to fight now. Yeah, when I was looking up the lore videos for this game, that blew my mind. To just learn that, oh, You can apparently just go over, just sneak over those. Nope. I blinked there. Like, he went in for the attack right as I blinked. Conduit of Have I ever gotten that from a Bronze Knight before? Wait, that wasn't a Bronze Knight? Or was that item just always there? Locks minimum stamina to 1... What? Oh, for... Okay. Alright, now we have a stone leader. So now at a sanctuary or something I can deal with that. Let's see. Unique enemy with a fixed drop. Oh, really? So even though it's a Bronze Knight, they're guaranteed to drop that ring? Never knew that. Oh yeah, this is where I found what you saw was my primary weapon for my main character. Okay, that... I forgot about that trap. Whoops. Oh yeah, isn't the sanctuary right here? Yeah, it is. And here's the blacksmith set. So now I can have high fire resistance. Just barely not enough salt for 2 level ups. Like, just 20 salts short. Alright, now first off, let's see what the blacksmiths sell. Swords, shields, mail, and plate. If you need it, I can craft it. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rupees. Back home we forge fine instruments from pure living steel. What do I craft here? Salvage, salvage, salvage. That and memories. Oh, craft with. Salvage and memories. So let's see, what weapons do you sell? There's the Midshipman's Dirk, the Arming Sword, and then that's the weapon I already have. He has the Woodsman's Axe, the Lump Hammer, the Soldier's Spear, Self Bow. We already have a Self Bow. But I'm definitely considering an axe build, so we can get the Woodsman's Axe, get the Soldier's Spear, and I guess we'll buy the crossbow. Just to have something to spend my gold on. Then why not the Arming Sword as well, in case I do ever just want to stick with one-handed swords. The devs actually put you into the game. The Mad Alchemist says your Twitch username in the English language version. Really? Oh, as in like they literally whoosh. I get it. Okay, and I already have a themed shield I'll probably be sticking with throughout my adventure. So I'm starting to play mail as a good armor set. Could use a good helmet at some point. I know there was that steel helmet that looked pretty cool. Maybe I'll get my hands on that at some point. I also don't think I have the salt or items to level up anything right now. So now we're at the moment of truth. What style of weapons do I want to stick with for my adventure? Do I want to stick with spear weapons or axe weapons? Because let's see, it looks like spears might scale better with dexterity later on. Oh, wow. Woodman's axe scales with strength and dexterity quite well. They ask you who your favorite boss was, and your favorite move of theirs made them say or use their name when he performs it. But alright. If we can't decide on a good weapon for this, because let's see. I mean, I know this is like the basic starter axe, but I'm certain once we get our hands on some of the stronger axes, we can get pretty strong. The thing is, I don't even remember if I got my hands on that many axes with my main character to know if there were any good ones. Let me go back to my main character and just check here. So let's see, of all the weapons I collected... Okay, Soldier Spear. There's really got to be a better way I can organize these weapons. I mean, there's a Woodman's Axe. Okay, Infantry Poleaxe. So there's a bit of a Soldier Style Axe. Okay, and Battle Axe. So I did find something of the sort in my adventures. A proper battle weapon. Outlaw Great Axe. Gee... Rowan... Oh, that's a... Stardust Spire is apparently a strong spear weapon. Oh, that's the weapon you're doing in your current New Game Plus run, that's right. And then, what else we got here for axes and Castaway's great adds... Oh, I forget where I get that from, but... Yeah, that looks pretty strong. Breach Pike, Aster Monolith... Oh, yeah, but that one's also pretty in the late game. Tainted Rancier. So I found my hands throughout my adventure on some decent spear and axe weapons, I guess. So I know maybe for my John character, I'll find some decent stuff regardless of the route. I guess the question then comes down to what I want to stick with, the axe or the spear. So at this point, my only option might just be to spin a wheel if we can't make up our minds here on what I should equip. If I should stick with the axe or stick with the spear. And the thing is, right now, the axe we have isn't really a proper... Isn't really the weapon of a knight like the spear is. You're not a fan of the spear moveset? The ore uses it? Gotcha. I mean, the whole thing about spear weapons is that they're mainly just long range. Ooh, this is an option as well. We could consider having a system where we one-hand, like maybe the spear or something, so I could have a structure like that, you know, the good old block and then poke structure. And then I could set it to where I two-hand like a beefy axe. If I can find any beefy axes throughout my adventure. So that could be an option, right? Or would it be more interesting to two-hand the spear and one-hand the axe, depending on what axe I get? I guess it depends. Not really sure myself what I'd be most interested in. Well, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And then if I still can't decide when I get back, maybe I'll just spin a wheel. Like I did with deciding what character I want to do my second playthrough with. Dude, I am not paying attention if I keep tripping over that. Okay. I guess for now, until we make up our mind on what we want to go with. Well, that's another thing. The spear is also something that you look pretty cool when blocking with, compared to, say, an axe, where it's probably not as cool looking. Well, actually, who knows? Maybe it looks different the other way around. Hang on. So if I two-hand the axe... I mean, maybe it was some of the cooler axes that would look cooler. I'm still in the in-between on this one, so we might have no choice but to spin a wheel to decide what I go with here. So let me set something up. Alright, there we go. And let's spin the wheel. See what I can make up my mind on. Very close, but the wheel has decided I am going to use the spear. Let's use the axe. Yeah, that sometimes happens, where even with the decision of the wheel or audience, sometimes I just go with my own decision sometimes. I just feel like knowing that I'm going to have a character that's going to be using the spear, let's stick with the axe for this character. Back home, meet forth. Oh yeah, that's right, I already spoke to you. I know for a fact the boss should be right over this way. Yeah, I remember you guys. Oh, yes, you. Curiosity. What creature persists in the face of such suffocating despair? The others have begun to kneel. Will it join them? Now we have our quest. Such a brave, foolish curiosity. I was considering saying yes there to see what might happen, but nah. It will struggle then. It will bleed and it will... It is quite interesting to know that basically throughout the majority of the game, you've been basically having interactions with the final boss through these scarecrows. And one day when it finds itself beaten and broken, gasping for air, choking on its own blood and tears, that will be the day that it kneels, and I will consume it. Like, interesting stuff all around. So I guess knowing that we're going with an axe build for this, I guess depending on where we go in the game, where do you think I'd be able to find a good axe in this adventure? I just busted open one of the graves. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's... Alright, you need to die. Same goes for you. Definitely a bit of a slower speed compared to the sword, but... Again, I want to go with something a bit more interesting than another sword fighter build. Even if this is meant to be a knight. A knight could still wield an axe, is what I say. Boom. Although its riposte move is not as strong. Or is it, considering the fact that it didn't take me as many... Kraken Great Shield? Did I ever get that in my first playthrough? I don't know if I ever got the shield. Because I know for a fact I got my hands on the armor set. I don't know if I ever got the shield. Because I always stuck with the heater shield. A massive gilded shield, chiefly composed of what appears to be bronze alloy, formerly wielded with unsettling deftness by a bronze knight. This shield bears neither arms nor ensigns, but instead merely a blank mirror-polished face that coldly reflects its victim's last desperate moments of life. Wow. Oh yeah, what was that ring I picked up? Increase your defense to arcane damage, the Faithful Ring. Cool. What is this? A secret to the left, apparently. Ooh, a secret wall. I forget if I found this my first playthrough. Wrapped link. Oh, no, I think I did. Yeah, increase rolling speed. So I guess... I'm not looking for items right now, so let's go for increased rolling speed. Especially while my character's, I think, currently fat rolling. Let's see, Stone Cleric. Alright, we should be getting close to the boss, if I remember correctly. I really ought to use more of these offering statues at sanctuaries. I hardly use them at all. Like, maybe I used the blacksmith ones one or a couple of times in my first playthrough, but I never properly used them. Mainly because it's basically that collector's instinct of, you know, you have a limited number of them, you don't want to waste them. Like that kind of thing. And then next thing you know, you go the whole game without ever using them. Nope. Okay. Can I get an opportunity to heal, please? Thank you. Okay, I don't think I'm making it through this attempt. I should have blocked. I keep forgetting that there's more to that combo. I shouldn't have gone in for so many hits. That was not a hit. Alright, let's start consuming my red shards. I did not consume that at all my first playthrough, and it led to me dying a lot more often than I probably needed to. Although we only have her down to half health. It might be better for me to just return back to the sanctuary. Yeah, nice try. Because I only got her down to half health. I didn't see us winning that. Do I once again just... Only 5 salt short. Wow. Okay, so we're going down the axe route, so... Why don't we spend a level... I also just realized I forgot to spend a couple of levels. But yeah, let's be able to wield Class 1 hammers and axes. Which I think this is one that I never... A route I never went down, now that I think about it. Mina swung her mace backhanded toward the iron helm of the last Knight Raider standing, but he shifted to bring up his abomination-crested shield, deflecting her blow in a furious shower of sparks, using the staggering momentum to thrust his own blade through her chest. The Penson Pilgrimage S28. Alright, then... I guess for now we begin taking the steps towards being able to cast prayers. Can't think of anything else I'll be doing, so I guess we might as well begin taking the steps towards that. So let's see here. High upon a silver tower above the blighted trees, the legacy of Vel-Karam dwelt in mystery. The tale of Vel-Karam, stanza 1. In ancient days, forest tribes held gods too numerous to mention, varying from tribe to tribe. A single tree in a forest may be 3 different gods to 3 different tribes, and with little to no written history among them all, there was no structure to their beliefs. Pantheonis 112. Alright, here's what I'm thinking I do. We're gonna real quickly just grab a bit of salt from one of the guys up here. So there we go. Now I have the salt to level up. Alright, and we are going to get some more wisdom. Leaving me only 2 levels away from being able to wield spells. In Remedia, to the north of Ascaria, in the 3rd year since the ratification of the Great Unification Decree, a council of clerics and paladins of Devara was held in secret to determine the best course of action to take against the increasing pressure from the Ascarian crown. The Penson Pilgrimage S1. Now, I know I equipped the prayer with Mend. Now, something I didn't think about is that, I also don't know how much, what I need to equip to use this. Because I know in Dark Souls you equip talismans in order to cast miracles. I don't know what you have to use in this game to cast prayers. So I don't know if the skill tree mentions anything. Because it only says that it allows me to cast prayers. But I don't know what to equip to be able to cast prayers, is the problem. get that. You can tell if sure, why not? I mean, it's my second playthrough. I'm down for backseating. Oh, come on. Okay, maybe I should have just gunned it straight for the boss room, instead of wasting time on the annoying enemies. Get out of here. They didn't even drop that much salt. You can buy prayers from stone clerics and find them. Oh, so if I, like, make an offering here for a stone... Because I should have a stone cleric here somewhere, right? Yeah, here we are. I use up a stone cleric. So you're saying that should allow me to buy myself a... Like, something that'll allow me to cast prayers? You seek to sight Fellowship of the Three. Alright, so... I mainly just... Ooh, Blessed Page. Unfortunately, there is nothing here on what I'm looking for. They do have red shards, though. I guess the question is, what's more useful there? Oh, Okay, class 2 prayer, so I won't quite be able to use this yet. But I can definitely buy that. You can buy / find the individual spells, then equip the spells. The candelabra of the three represents the three gods that maintain order in the world. The king creates laws by which all men must abide. The judge decides when men have broken the king's laws. The knight carries out the king's sentence against guilty men. There must be order in all things, in peace and war. Okay, you just say the same thing. No. Whoops. Heed the order of the three. Unlike magic, prayers can be cast at any time. Oh, really? I don't have any charms equipped. So these can just be cast anytime? And if so, are you saying, like, I don't need a magic wand to cast them? Like, I could just cast them with my bare hands? No talisman required? Alright, for this run, I'm just gonna gun it. You can cast them without a wand or staff or anything. Oh, interesting. Alright, I'm just gonna go straight for the boss here. Like, just ignore all enemies outside of maybe those bats. And immediately this plan is backfiring. Okay, I thought this would allow me to get to the boss with most, if not all, of my health intact. And I mean, I guess I made it there with some of my health intact. Not a whole lot, though. I always fall for that. I still don't feel like that should count as a hit. Okay, I am out of stamina. No. Okay, we're doing really good this attempt. That still hit me. Really? Well, then again, I am fat rolling, so I probably don't have that many invincibility frames to work with. I forgot about that move. Oh. Dog, I'm always never ready for that move. Yeah, I was ready for it this time. Okay, I was ready for it that time as well. Alright, let's just heal just to be safe. At this point, I have just a couple more hits left to land. How did that not hit me? Like, I didn't even need to block it. I'm getting greedy for hits now. Alright, there we go. Hopefully with all this salt, I'll be able to... I'll be able to get to... Oh, that's right, I never killed any of you guys. Oh yeah, that's right, the way forward opens up a shortcut, right? So I'm wasting my time going back that way. Was that Super Meat Boy? I know I did get that game for free off Epic Games, off their free game of the week. So if I ever wanted to, I could consider playing Super Meat Boy. Alright, we now have high poison resistance thanks to the chef set. So if I ever go up against something highly poisonous, I can just equip the chef set. And I think this was the shortcut back to the sanctuary, was it? Yeah, this way. I always just barely not... Well, a little bit more than just barely this time, but now... Thanks to those two level ups, and especially thanks to that black pearl I picked up, I should now be able to start going towards learning some prayers. Or, we could also be able to wield class 2 hammers and axes. Nah, we haven't... I think I'll hold off on leveling up axes until I can find some axes that are actually useful. like some actually strong axes. So for now, let's stick with unlocking the prayers. So your town would become her, an oracle of light, but once their trust and hearts she had, she'd vanish in the night. The Tale of Vel Karam, stanza 6. Leveling weapon nodes isn't bad because it still gives me stats. That is true. Though for now, I'd at least like to be able to wield Class 1 prayers. So yeah, let's do that. In most circles, Devara was esteemed as the mother of all gods, commanding the greatest shrines and most devoted clerics. Pantheonis 2-1. So now I can at least cast my Mending Prayer. But yeah, I could definitely start working my way towards the Class 2 Berserker. More nails again today, he asked. Not today, son. A new order came in. Swords. War is coming. Let's get to work. The Smith's Apprentice, page 11. So then next level up, I'll be able to wield Class 2 axes. And now, it should be possible for me to, be able to cast Mend. So now the question is, how do I cast it? Do I just, like, not have anything equipped to be able to... Because that's just bare fists. I'm not seeing an option to... It's on my items bar now. Oh, you're right, it is. Although apparently I'm not strong enough to use Blessed Weapon yet. Let's see, restore some HP and we're... Oh, no, wait, not Mend. Blessed Weapon, okay, that's a Class 2 prayer. So maybe I'll, after I'm able to wield Class 2 axes, might want to start saving up to be able to wield Class 2 prayers. Temporarily bless a non-elemental weapon with Timeless Wisdom, adding holy damage to your attacks. Paladins from all creeds have carried blessed weapons into battle. The art of balancing willpower spent invigorating one's weapon with divine energy with willpower spent in actual combat is a difficult thing to master. But yeah, I never noticed this, so thank you for showing me. So I could just cast that and get some healing in. Now, my only question is that this game doesn't seem to have an attunement slot system, nor an MP meter. So, am I just able to cast an unlimited amount of spells? Like, I can just cast this as many times as I want? Mend heals wounds, too. Yeah, that's like what reduces my max HP, right? Just wasting stamina. Okay, no, wait, there is a limit. So wait, let's see how... you can see the max blue... There is no blue meter. I have red and green. I guess not quite a grid. It's like a, sort of, what is that, like a not cyan, but like an aqua kind of green, I guess. The max blue is decreasing every time you cast. Once you hit 50% max blue, you can't cast. Oh, you're blue/green colorblind? Ah, I gotcha. Okay, but now that you pointed it out, yeah, I see it. So it reduces my max stamina, is what it does. So in a way, there is a spell cast limit on this. And it does come with a cost. I have an item that's allowing me to go to 1-3. If I remember correctly, what was that? Oh yeah, it was this Conduit of Mind. Bond of Extreme Focus. It allows its wearer to maintain spellcasting ability past the point of normal exhaustion. Okay, so that's this. So is having that, like, not a good idea, or... Because I feel like that would have some benefits. Okay, so if I take it off... Okay, yeah, I see the extra meter below the stamina meter showing, like, the range at which I can cast my spell. So in a way, that's basically my MP meter. It's that tiny little white bar. That's kind of hard to see. Means I can cast more, but swing less if I do. Okay, so if that's the case... Yeah, now, another thing is that I could find some better rings throughout my adventure. I'm just starting with whatever rings I find. Well, for now, let's keep moving. I'll get to try out more of that later. So maybe I'll save that for an instance where, like, maybe either I've lost quite a bit of my max health, or maybe when I've run out of my primary healing item. Hello. Oi, traveler, well met. Call me Fern. I've been hiding out here for some time. Seen any trinkets? I lost a small pouch of earth. Need a bag for earth. I don't know if I ever found that on my first adventure. There is mana potions 2 along the cleric and wizard tree. Okay. Shame. Was this Warhorn? And I forget what the Warhorn does. What does that do again? Spirits dwell. Cannot be. Okay, sound it rapidly regains stamina. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I remember this place. Yeah, and I remember those guys well. Yeah, it's very easy to miss those guys, so you have to pay close attention to these trees. Otherwise, it's very easy for those slimes to jump out of the trees and grab you. I gotta remember that the axe is slower, because these guys keep getting hits off of me when I don't want them to. Okay, oh, the Mossy Charm. Actually, that should help with the attack speed thing I was just complaining about. Antidote, touch of salt. Ah! Ooh. That wasn't part of the plan. Okay, clearly I gotta get higher than that. If I want to be going that way, I'll have to go over. At least the bats go down easily. Let's see, skull bat wings. Ah! Why did my character drop down there? I did not press the drop button. This area is one of the reasons you wouldn't play hardcore. These archers can just straight body block you mid-air. What? Why did my guy... Okay, somehow I didn't take fall damage there. I got very lucky, but why did he do it again? Oh, I was knocked into my own their own trap. Okay, you think I'm holding down when I jump? Trap ahead. Well, I came in from the other way, so I couldn't have known about the trap. Where am I exactly? So much for increased movement speed. Oh, we're back at the Village of Smiles? I don't recognize this part of the village. Well, clearly it's one of the ways I can get into the Watching Woods. So it must be relevant somehow. Anyway, I wanted to see what this was. As it contains the Crimson set. Probably never going to wear that with this character. If I remember correctly, we should be getting close to that tree covenant, right? Bye-bye. Just casually hang around until they're dead. Down you go. I should be getting close. I think this is it right over here, if I remember correctly. Because, yeah, I remember there's you. And then there was a way, it was like here, right? Yeah, you. In which I do not want to take the oath. And, on the one hand, it's going to take a good 4 levels. Technically 5 if we go for the extra healing item down this route. So let's at least be able to wield Class 2 axes. The Spire's Gate was Myrd and Thorns, twisted and entangled. Igari hacked at Branch and Thistle, hot with righteous anger. The Tale of Vel'Karam, stanza 29. Now, this place is not a part of the Covenant. At the same time, at the moment, I currently only have one crystal spear. I don't know where I can get my hands on some more. So for now, I guess I'll just stick with this until I can find some more crystal spears later on. I'm not going to make too big of a deal out of it. I'm definitely not going to mess with that guy for now. I forgot that slime was there. If I remember correctly, the Mad Alchemist was right up here. Yep, there you are. Now, I do forget what all this boss does. Oh, jeez, that poison drains my health fast. Okay. That's probably the first time I actually died in this run of the game. Also, this red grass is quite pathetic. I'm quite disappointed. Dolphin Rip? Alright, let's try that again. That was quite embarrassing. Okay, I think I just need to be facing away from them and I'll be okay. So I think that poison is really what killed me there. Don't. Like so, maybe I should have equipped the antidote. Because now I'm stuck with poison. Hang on. I called timeout while I quick use that. Can I just quick put that in my armors? Okay, I should have allocated for poison here. Hang on, can I just want a moment. You are not giving me a moment is the problem. And once again, I've been poisoned. Alright, I just need an antidote. I undid that. What was that? Oh, that's a new move. And I definitely did not get hit by that. What was that? Yeah, gotta get away from the fire. Heal, heal, heal. Antidote. Oh. Alright, just block everything right now. Oh, jeez, get out of there. No, 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 no. I'm still alive. Oh, I got poisoned. It's a can of tuna. Get it? I do not get that at all. No, maybe this sanctuary is the problem. If I wanted to, I could use the power of the crystal spear. Because there's dolphins in tuna cans. I never knew that. Well, the question now is, do I convert the sanctuary? Because I do find the main healing item to be a bit more useful than red grass. I mean, I know we kind of had it that last attempt, but then there just got to be too many slimes on screen, and it's like, I couldn't focus on the boss himself. The thing is, this is the only crystal spear we have, and I don't know where I can get more. And it's because I don't know where I can get more, but I don't know what I should go with here. What do you think? Should I do it? Should I just do it? Convert this sanctuary into the will of the three? Once they started inspecting tuna canning for dolphins, they started canning it right on the ship, so it's more difficult to find. What? Wait, so then my question is, if you buy a can of tuna from, like, the store or something, and, like, if there's a chance it has dolphin in it, it's like, then, wouldn't that just be canned dolphins and not canned tuna? It doesn't make much sense. I don't know if there's a reason for that. Also, where are these... I guess another thing I'd like to ask to gain a better understanding is where you heard this information from. Because this is the first I ever heard of this. And I feel like this is something I hear about. Pretty well known. Well, again, feel free to, like, link me an article or something. It should be possible to leave direct links in the chat. So if you can find, like, an article that can explain it to me, I'd be down to check that out. Just an idea. I'm just somewhat curious. So I can... There's dolphin safe seals on some tuna. Alright, if that's the case, then what I'll do is maybe next time I visit the grocery store, I'll check out the tuna can aisle, and see if there actually is a dolphin safe label on the tuna cans. That'll be my proof to know that this is genuine information. Oh, a stranger comes in this mossy belly of a tree. No worries, I'll set you straight. Have you ever met a woods wraith? No. Well. I'm a stone root, or as some call me, a woods wraith. For thousands of years we've stayed in the forest. Our allegiance has always been to the spirits of the woods. Men have invented, praised, and died for countless fleeting gods and demons. But our forest is forever. The worst of our reputation most likely comes from our love of poisons. But my friend, poison is a wondrous thing. Poison, like the forest, seeps through the realm of man, spreading, corrupting, invading, until all is reduced to earth. Man is truly a wretched thing, and the forest is committed to expunging him from existence. But woods wraiths protect the forest, so the forest protects us. You want to be a woods wraith? Want to cast off the shackles of false gods and bask in the poisonous shadows of the forest? Approach the altar. Take the oath. There's also the Dolphin Consumer Act of 1990, Dolphin Protection Consumer Act. Interesting. Alright, I suppose for now, maybe my character will decide to leave this... Okay, we gotta kill this guy. Otherwise, they're gonna continue to be a pain on each of these runbacks. And, of course, they managed to poison me. You know what? I'll just rest at the sanctuary just so I don't die. Then again, I think this guy always respawns, so maybe it's not worth it. I'll just head straight for the boss. Let's see, we've got about 3 antidotes remaining. What? Where? What was my guy doing there? He, like, didn't go down until he was already getting... Also, I just realized I forgot to equip my poison protection. I just now realized that. So let's see. We want the chef set, because that has a really good poison defense. Okay, the rogue's gloves are my only option for that. Unfortunately, I don't have a poison defense ring, so this is... Chefs don't wear gloves. Oh, that is... Well, I guess it depends on what you're cooking, because I know some chefs might wear gloves. But yeah, a bit unknightly to not be donning our primary armor, but... For a boss that deals highly in poison, I think this chef set will be a good option. Actually, what I could do... Doctor! I suppose I could have my glove be that of, come on. Oh wait, I accidentally consumed the same thing twice. I just now realized that. Well, I just wasted healing on... I hate these slime enemies. They are the worst. Alright, you know what? I think I have enough salt for a level up. Let's real quickly just warp back to the sanctuary and level up. Alright, so I was wanting to go for... Yeah, start taking the steps towards being able to cast the level 2 prayers. So we'll go with Fortified Strength here. In time, the lesser gods of the old pantheon fell in stature, and the vast majority of codified old pantheon worship simply fell under the umbrella known as Devara's Light. Pantheonus 2-2. So then we'll maybe get the Poultice Pouch level up next time. But maybe what I could do is go with the Blacksmith's Gloves, since that has good fire defense. Because he does deal fire attacks. And that can be a bit of a nuisance. I don't remember having this much trouble with the Mad Alchemist in my first playthrough. Yeah, no you don't. Alright, so I need to take these slimes out quickly. No, 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 no. That counts, really? Dude, these stupid slimes. They aren't easy to kill either. They take a good 4 hits. Oh, jeez, that lightning deals high damage. Great swords are OP. Gotcha. Okay, I should have just stayed my distance. I'm getting too greedy for hits, is the thing. So it's like I want to take him out quickly so he doesn't spawn in too many of the slime enemies, which is why I'm wanting to play aggressively. At the same time, though, it's causing me to get hit by his stronger attacks. And now it's leaving me with only 1 antidote left. So this is not working out in my favor. Okay, that's one I currently don't want to deal with. Alright. Okay, managed to kill 1 slime. No, no, no. About that lightning right now. Okay, we do that. Let's heal up. Hey there, Jedi. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Ah, that stupid slime. This is a bad time to be getting poisoned. Usually a good idea to spend down. I don't know if I noticed I lose 10% of my gold when I die. Yeah, I noticed that in my first playthrough when I had like 100,000 gold because I had absolutely nothing to spend it on. And then, you know, because of how often I was dying in the late game, it basically went all the way down to 30,000 gold. I lost that much gold because I had nothing to spend it on. Alright, maybe I should try going... I was kind of doing well when I was just ignoring the slime, so maybe I'll get far in this fight if I just ignore the slimes. So right now, the most annoying attack I have to worry about is those lightnings. So I think as long as I steer clear of the lower area, the lower arena, I think I can just focus all out on attacking this guy and not have to worry about anything else here, as long as I stay in the lower portions. So, like, see, I'm going places with this setup. Only problem there is that I can't aim downwards for me to get much of anywhere. I did not think I'd have the easiest time with this fight just by... Oh, okay, and it's backfiring. I am out of antidotes. Okay, so I just absolutely can't get poisoned. Stone merchant sells salt if I have absolutely nothing else to buy. Well, that would have been good to know before I lost 70,000 gold back in my first playthrough. They sell antidote. Oh, okay. Okay. Steer clear of that. Okay, so I can technically stay in front of him. I just gotta steer clear of other things that might be in my path. Because, yeah, being poisoned is not gonna be fun in this fight. Especially... Okay. Ah! Oh, this plan is backfiring on me big time. Okay, heal. Alright, I kind of just have no choice but to wait for the poison to recover. I thought I was a safe distance from the lightning. But yeah, I better take the opportunity to spend my gold while I can. You're right. Although if I'm going to summon someone that helps me here, I'm going to use the Crystal Spear to convert this sanctuary. So I can summon someone of my creed. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Thank you very much. In need of transmutation? I can transform pretty much anything. I just need the right alchemical ingredients. Okay, you can transmute. So what can you transmute with all of it? I can get a battle axe. That is exactly what I'm hoping for. I can make a breach pike with this. Though, yeah, I think I'm sticking with the axe route. A battle axe would definitely be useful, so let's... Okay, first off, let's make our offering. So you said, what did you say? Stone Merchant, which is this one. Because I could definitely use some antidotes. Care to browse my wares? This island is a cold and mysterious place. I miss the bustling markets of Ascaria. The war with Tristan was quite profitable for me. Those were the days. My belly is fit to quiver just thinking about it. Every day I'd haggle them all under the table, and every night I'd put a feast on my table. And the tales I had attached to my wares, I was like a wizard of want. A rusty dagger? No, I'd sell you the kriss of dying truths. A magical weapon capable of making its victims tell you anything truthfully with their dying breaths. A stone leader could give you a power spike if you have ingredients to give them. A power spike. Is that a, is that a spear weapon, or is that an axe? Because I'm basically at this point going with axes for this character. Oh, a spike in power. Again. I mean, spike can mean a lot of things. I think it would have made more sense if you went with power up. That's what I use for that term. Is like power up or upgrade. That's probably my first time hearing someone refer to that term as power spike. A wooden spoon? Ha! You'd be buying Soul Mother Grace's ladle. A generation's old scoop that would imbue any liquid to touch it with magical properties, so long as its owner was pure at heart. I don't do that anymore. My appetite is gone. I'll sell you things, but only because it's all I know how to do. Well, go on. Buy something, will you? Let's see. Oh, I can also sell items. So let's see. We're mainly wanting some antidotes. Oh, Salt Seeker's Ring. Reveals the location of the owner's mythic salt. Lantern Charm. I don't think I'll want any of that. I mainly want the antidote. I'm going to buy as many as I can, too. Because I feel like I'm going to need quite a few for this boss. Come back soon. Alright, so then I just need to get some salt. Let's see, how much salt do I have on me? Because I have this many bundles of salt. If I look at the price again, to transmute my axe into the battle axe, I have the ingredients, but I lack the salt. So let's see, how much can these bundles give me exactly? Because a single bundle can give me 250. So that's enough for 1,000. So I think if the pouches give me just 100, that should be enough for me to do it. Which I seem to have exactly enough for. And with that, let's make myself a battle axe. There we go. Keep your wits up. Alright, now that is a weapon. A broad-edged iron axe with a wide head tapered into a curved beak for piercing armor. Forged by a professional mountainsmith for military issue. This weapon is a mainstay in the arsenals of guardsmen and foot soldiers. Alright then. This should give me a good fighting chance against the boss. And who knows, maybe I'll find a better axe throughout my adventures. I don't know. Lock of hair and frozen doll. Alright. Here we go again. Alright, now that's some pretty good damage to the boss. Alright, maybe be mindful of that lightning, though, because that lightning is always pretty rough. Interesting that he hasn't summoned any slimes yet. As far as I can tell, he hasn't conjured anything like that up yet. Okay, well now he has. And thanks to my new axe, they're much easier to kill as well. Oh, what? The moment I let my guard down, somehow those 3 axes were enough to kill me. Ah, that felt like the run, too. Alright, let's also re-equip my antidotes. Alright, but I can tell that I have a better chance of winning with a stronger weapon. Now that this is transmuted into a battle axe, we got a good chance of winning now. And now I only need 3 hits. So now I only need 3 hits on the slimes to deal with them. Wait, why can't I move? My character would not move to get out of the way of the lightning. Alright, enjoy the game, Jedi. Okay. Thanks for coming in, Jedi. I don't remember this boss being so hard. So I don't know if I just got really lucky back in my first playthrough, or if I just had a much stronger build back then. No, alright, get out of the way. I'm stuck, and of course I get poisoned. Okay, let's cure, and I don't know if I want to heal just yet. Yeah, don't let you, Alright, I guess I'll heal just to be safe. Come on! Finally! That took way too many tries. Alright, Black Pearl and the Mossy Key. We got what we needed. Hey, you guys won't be able to see that. I can put it back on the rest of my plate mail. You guys won't notice I still have the chef's hat on since I set it to where you guys can't see the helmet I'm wearing. It's interesting how they have the option for that, but they don't have any other cosmetic-related options. So that's something I always liked in games like, I know I really did not like Xenoblade Chronicles, that I ended up dropping the game at around Galahad Fortress. But one of the things I really liked in that game, that I think carried over to the sequels as well, is that in Xenoblade Chronicles, you could... Because obviously, whatever armor you had equipped stat-wise would also be, you know, the armor it would show your character with. But there was also the cosmetic armor options to where while you can have the stat-related armors equipped, you could also have these armors equipped just for the cosmetics. So if you thought there was a cool-looking armor that has bad stats, or if you just want to keep the characters with the starter equipment they initially had, or it looked like they still had the starter equipment, you could do that, where you can just still have the good armors and stuff for stats, but keep the cool-looking stuff for cosmetics. That was always a really cool feature, and I'm glad that they brought that as well into the Nintendo Switch remaster of Miitopia. Because I absolutely... Sometimes there's some really cool-looking armors and weapons and stuff, but the game... You can't keep them if you want the better stats. And in an RPG especially, you know, you'll want the best possible stats. Just a little bit of a rant there I had to make. Alright, locked door should be right over here. Oh, I forgot to level up. That was close. I guess with me still having some gold left, I could buy some stuff. Not sure what'll be useful, because I mean, I don't need illumination when I've got torches. And I'm pretty good at knowing where I died, that I feel like the Salt Seeker's ring is a useless ring. I feel like, if anything, the best things to buy here would be some Bells of Return. So maybe we'll buy like 10 of those. And then spend the rest on salt. Although salt is actually pretty expensive, so I guess I'll just buy one more Bell of Return. And then I guess just spend the rest on one more antidote. Because I can think of at least one boss I remember fighting in the late game that uses poison. I think it was the... Oh yeah, that Stench Most Foul. That's a poison boss where I'll want to eventually put back on the chef's set. So I guess another thing, is there anything else I want to transmute? Oh, this is all I can transmute at the moment. Okay. Alright. So I guess I'll just use this to level up then. Pitchfire is pretty useful. You apply it to your weapon for bonus damage. Oh. Well, you should have sent that message a bit sooner. That would have been good to know. I probably should have leveled up first, then spent my gold. Whoops. Okay, we have a pretty good amount of levels here. We have exactly enough to reach Class 2 Cleric. So we activate this Poultice Pouch upgrade. Most modern medicines take their roots back to Cadanian Rhogiella, or red grass, a furry fern-like grass plant known to grow in the most poisonous corners of Cadanian swampland. Red grass is extremely bitter when chewed, but can be made palatable by grinding with mortar and pestle and mixed with sweet cider. Chauncey's Medicine S2. Alright, and then we want to go this way to get to the cleric, level 2 cleric. So I can start using the abilities. For a time, the man and the silver cat kept each other warm. The shack kept out most of the rain and wind, but soon the man fell ill and could no longer leave his bed. He could no longer leave the shack. The Cat King, page 4. And aged wisdom. And young Agari practiced well and grew into a man, a swordsman fierce, a dueler. Despite his missing hand, the tale of Vel Karam stands a 16. Okay, and here it is. Class 2 Cleric. Healers of fire and sky, ever important in a stone tower fraught with flame-slinging acolytes, do call on some divinity to mend and heal, but they attribute this ability to a celestial element that must exist between fire and sky. Pantheonist 3-5. Alright. With that, let's continue on our adventure. We have the pathway forward unlocked, and ow, I should have unlocked my... Oh yeah, I remember this part. We have these guys that like to pin me down. And they like to show up in numbers too. I really should have lit a torch so I could see just how many were in there. Alright, not going to make the same mistake as before. Let's get a torch lit up and get the battles going. Alright, there's the one that stole my salt. Down you go. Give me my salt back. Okay, if I remember correctly, yeah, the sunken keep is that way. I forget what's to the left here. Wasn't this the way forward? Or was this just a shortcut? Frozen doll. Oh yeah, there's a boss down here, right? Last I remember, there was a boss down here. Crystal Moat Ring. Hang on. Great Pearl, the Watching Woods. Yeah, we're done with the Watching Woods. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh yeah, I can cast Blessed Weapon now. Okay, mind and body are inherently linked, but wise practitioners of mindfulness are able to form ethereal motes of spirit, effectively compartmentalizing the effects of mental and physical tasks, halves the effect of focus usage on fatigue. Oh, so this one... So if I combine that with this ring, it means that I lose less max stamina now. So that, in combined with Conduit of the Mind, means that I have loads of stamina I can now use to cast spells. So I could then maybe put these to use. So, hey there, Krakon Cyclops. So I cast Blessed Weapon. And now I have some pretty good power in my weapon. Ow. Ow. Nope. Yeah, I always forget they start attacking in combos. Yeah, okay. Alright, I need a moment to just... Did he just combo me? He just double comboed me. He like whacked me in the air and then knocked me down from midair. I got like no openings to do anything in the second half of that fight. Alright, let's try that again. But Blessed Weapon is proving to be useful against this guy. So let's keep using it. Because that was pretty satisfying damage I was unleashing on him. Oh, I actually dodged that one. Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna get it here. What it... Oh, okay. Heal, 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 heal. Alright, just finish him off. There we go. Whew. Alright, let's cast Mend there. Maybe a bit of Mend. There we go. I forget if there's a Sanctuary up here now. I think there was a Sanctuary somewhere around there. Let's see, Hagra's Cavern. Yeah, this is a much later on area in the game. Cool look to the place, though. Alright, I guess what I could do is there is the option to turn around. Although I thought I also remembered there being a sanctuary around here. How are they able to attack so much faster than me? But I'm pretty sure there was a sanctuary, like, right here, right? I know I'm close. Yeah, here it is. There we go. That gives me a good 4 black pearls to work with. Which is a pretty good amount here that I could both... I have enough that I could become a class 3 cleric. If I wanted to. Man, I can't think of that many good axes at the moment. Is the thing. But going down this route, there's some good routes to take here. I mean, it's honestly not that far of a route to go straight to being able to wield any prayer. So I think knowing that, maybe we'll start by going for this Poultice Pouch upgrade over here, so I can have some more healing items. Then, yeah, I could just go all out on maxing out being able to cast any prayer in the game. That is an option. Okay, first I'll go for Poultice Pouch, so I can gain myself another healing item. Ascaria's successful campaigns of war and conquest led to the three becoming the most universally held gods through forest tribes in the eastern continent. Wait, most gods? Though forest tribes in the eastern continent are known to still hold the ancient tribal gods, which now fell under the moniker of Stone Roots. Pantheonis 2-6. Then, okay, so we have a couple routes to go with here. Let's go with this one for Aged Wisdom. 'Twasn't drought or failing crops amidst the silver mist, but children maimed but left alive, with limbs cleaved at the wrist. The tale of Velkaram stands at 8. Alright, then, rather than going for Class 3 Cleric, we're going to go for Aged Wisdom. Although it is tempting to just buy that now, as at the same time, though, it isn't going to take that many upgrades to head straight for Class 5. At least it feels that way at the moment, so... And at the moment, I don't have that many prayers to work with, so I think let's not be too eager now. I'm also down to keep going down the Berserker route at some point. So another thing we can do is there's another Poultice Pouch over here. There's also one up here. Although those might be options I'll save for later once I've maybe maxed out the prayer option. So, let's see, more Aged Wisdom. The realm has some smaller cults and sects of some import. Sects of the old gods, for instance, often add or subtract from their accepted pantheons as tradition allows, and hold more reverence for gods other than Devara. Pantheonis 4-1. Hey, Madman over on YouTube, welcome to the stream. We're doing my second playthrough of Salt and Sanctuary. Let's see, gain an additional healing potion. One such sect shed the entire original old pantheon to favor two non-traditional gods, Gilbael, god of wine, and Arxegal, god of visions, eventually known simply as the Fool and the Prophet. That's the one that watches over the Wine Covenant, if I remember correctly. But with that, we should now have up to, was it 7? Yeah, 7. Once again, though, I'm now in a position where I have all this gold, but nowhere to spend it. Now, if I remember correctly with this area... Ooh, Link of Fire and Sky. This nullifies elemental imbalance. Alright, I don't know how useful that's going to be. Let's see. Forest Fang. If I remember correctly, the way to the Jester's somewhere around here. So I know we're close. More Forest Fangs. And the Jester should be... If I'm remembering this correctly, the Jester should be right up here. Or within this area. Stone Leader, I can meet with another leader at some point. Okay, the False Jester. Okay, so knowing that we're fighting this, I know I'm close. Because I know this is one of the bosses. That's around where the real Jester is. Too late, my weapon's blessed now. That counted as a hit, really? Oh, come on. How did I get hit there? That was a pretty good distance. Alright, we almost got him. Too late. I drank my healing item. Alright, just one more hit and this guy's dead. Very sorry. Have I heard of a game called Fatal Labyrinth? It's RPG roguelike. Probably not, since while I've played some RPGs on the channel, I wouldn't go as far as to say that I'm a big fan of RPGs. Chain Chousist. Oh yeah, that's right, the chain set is always, for some odd reason, spread widely across the map. I never understood that. In here we can rest at a candle space. That reminds me, regarding the candles, I remember hearing that apparently... So there's two types of gods in the world of Salt and Sanctuary. There's the main gods that are supposedly born of candlelight, and then there is like the Krakens that are born of salt. And then of course there's the nameless god of this island and all. I wonder, is there some special property to the Jester set? I'm not sure. I'm not seeing a lot of mention on strong defenses with it. It's probably not. That's probably just for cosmetics. Alright, here we are. Greetings, friend. Oh, no, wait, that doesn't sound like a Jester. Greetings, friend. You've come to chatter. From where I sit, you seem the matter. fork, spoon, knife, and a drowned man's wife. Where I come from is out, down, it is up, and up is down. Plate, cup, bowl, and a broken widow's soul. Would you like this rich perspective? Trust me, Lord, it's quite authentic. Elbow, jaw, knee, and a grave beneath the sea. Fear not, then, extend your hand. There is great power in a brand white searing hot in an iron-forged thought. There we go. We now have the power to go upside down. Alright, get a silver leaf there. And with it, we should now have the power to visit the Castle of Storms. Oh, hi there. Hello, friend. Trinkets to sell, trinkets for coin. Friend, I'm so happy you came along. I've gathered things. Trinkets and such. Trinkets for whenever I got the time, I should check it out. Well, here, let me take a quick peek of it off the Steam page to see what it's about. I'll take a quick peek, and then I'll take a quick peek off the Steam store and see what I can find. So if I look up Fatal Labyrinth, I'm not seeing it on the Steam page. So is it not a PC game? And if it is it not... Okay, it's not a Steam game. So what is it on then? Is it on like Epic Games, or is it like console exclusive to a specific console of some kind? Okay, where was I here? Trinkets for gold. That's what I've got. Trinkets for coin. How'd you end up here? I stowed away. Sold trinkets in it. 10 nibir. Trinkets for coin. So poor, though. Talk of wealth in Karhi. Even beggars like me've got manservants there, they say. Stowed away. Sailed then that storm. Imagine the surprise on those sailors' faces, seeing the likes of me in the wreckage there with all of 'em honest men. All of us floating in sea, clinging to planks. It's Sega Genesis. Okay, so if that's the case, are you expecting me to use the E word to be able to play it? Because I do not have a Sega Genesis. That's using the E word is going to be the only way I'm going to be able to play that game. I will look into it and see what it's about to see if it's a game I might be interested in. A game I'm interested in playing. But know that I have a large collection of games I'd like to get to on this channel. It's like just for this and just for Silksong, I've had to put the Castlevania series on hold. So at some point, I'd like to start back up the Castlevania series. I know currently I'm kind of taking a hiatus from Toho. And again, like I'm still getting into all the Soulsborne titles, so we still got a lot of games there to get to. So we'll see if I ever get around to playing such a game, because right now my backlog of games is pretty large as is already. All of us, floating in the sea, clinging to planks, shivering in the icy cold. Not sure how many of the others made it to shore. That shivering, shivering shore. But the trinkets I find here, they do sell, they do. Doing quite nicely. I am, soon enough, I'll be able to buy my escape. Somehow. Alright, so if I remember correctly, this guy sells boss armor. And he also sells a lot of torches. Now, I don't think I intend to wear any boss armors, as far as I'm aware, none of them really stood out much, outside of maybe for a while the Doppel Soldner set. Since it was a good looking heavy armor for its time, until I got my hands on the bronze armor set with my first character. Otherwise, I think I'm just gonna, with the gold I currently have, just stock up on some torches. Like, I could just max out my torches right now, so I never have to worry about running out. Ooh, I can use stained pages to add arcane damage to my weapons. Maybe that'll be useful. God's bless. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna need to remember where we're at. I know for a fact I've been here before. Normally I'm better than that. At that. Ha! Got it that time. Oh, I can also get a soldier spear from that. So I didn't have to buy one from the blacksmith. Well, I could go upside down with this. I was not ready for that. The Onyx set. I forgot that I got the Onyx set from here. Let's see. Pouch of salt. I know for a fact that the way forward should be like around here. I also could have gotten the woodsman's axe from there. All the weapons I had at the start of the game I could have gotten much sooner. Anyway, here we go. The Bandit's Pass. And you. Hello, traveler. You're a stranger to Devar's Light, are you not? Yes, we are pilgrims of the goddess Devara, illuminator of all. Without light there is nothing. It is said, in darkness chaos dwells, and in chaos there is no hope. Every night the sun sets, and we see her light flicker in candles, in torches. But the dawn of the next day is her blessing. Chaos is quelled, order is restored. Those who do not follow Devara are still welcome in this sanctuary. We will see to it that you receive rest and resupply. Pray to Devara at the earthen vessel. The water she pours will cleanse the shadows from your heart. Alright. Now, unfortunately, I have used up my crystal spear. So I can't convert this to, be part of the 3. So obviously I'm not going to take the oath, but I'm at least going to use this opportunity to level up. Because with it, what was my plan again? I know I was going for the poultice pouches. We were doing pretty good over there. I think I was considering heading for this poultice pouch upgrade. Because in terms of the route I'm going down, there's only going to be like a couple more opportunities for me to get more healing in. So I think I'd maybe like to start going down the route of the Berserker again, just so I can go get the Poultice Pouch upgrade. Let's see here. That's Dexterity 2, 3, 4. I'd still be getting Strength upgrades, though. Either way, I'm having to go a bit out of my way to reach this. So I guess it comes down to, do I want Dexterity and Endurance to get over there? I'm just considering my options, because either way, we're going to have to go for this. I mean, this is, honestly, looking at it in a different angle, that's quite the detour I'm going to be making, compared to if I just took this route with Fortified Strength. King Ericho, the Austere, and Sir Amar, the Proper, are credited with uniting all of Ascaria, a decades-long conquest that began under the King Ericho's father, Relon the Bear. Pantheonus 2-5. Then, the bitterness had cursed him not, he dwelt not in the past, he'd not be victim to the crone. Her legacy so ghastly. The Tale of Velkaram, stanza 15. Then, renewed will. Not long after the auction, a widowed heiress called upon the adjudicator in his home, but he was nowhere to be found. She found only a large silver cat, looking for a companion for her children. She brought the cat back to her large estate, the Cat King, page 9. Alright, and then next level up, we'll be able to get another Poultice Pouch. A stone sellsword. But yeah, we're going to need to find another Crystal Spear at some point, if I want to convert that particular following. Anyway, the Twin Metal Ring. What do we got here? Dramatically improves unarmed melee damage. Yeah, we don't need that. I believe this leads to the Castle of Storms, right? No, it just leads to an item. The Storm Ring. Amplifies elemental damage, but also amplifies elemental imbalance. Is ineffective if paired with a ring that nullifies elemental imbalance. Okay. What is this? A flanged mace. Well, we're not going down the mace route. Though we could if we wanted to, technically, I guess. Let's see, oh, I can't offer up anything. Right, because this is Devara's Light, not the Covenant of the Three. So many ears. Don't. Alright, I gotta get out of there. Raiders set. Another bandit's ear. And yeah, the Raiders armor set. And I forget, was there a sanctuary down here? No, I think this was a shortcut for later. It was like, if I remember correctly, for something else entirely. But we made it. The Castle of Storms. Honestly, this is a really fun area with all that gets thrown at you. Okay, can I go in here yet? No, that is locked. Let's see, which way do I want to go? Ha! Thinking with momentum on that one. Get a shock stone and a bag of salt. And here we are. The Castle of Storms. Right, if I remember the route well. We should just be able to head right up this way. And I also remember there, yeah, being a Bronze Knight over this way. One that we can easily cheese kill if we want to, is we can just lure them onto their own traps. So it's like we just... boom. Right on their own trap. Although apparently the trap hit me there. This is an easy kill off the Bronze Knight by just luring it into that trap. Lightning Barrage. Alright, if I remember the route well, there should be a way right up to the sanctuary from this way. Mending bed. Ooh, is this the one that regenerates my health? Yes, I love this one. So this is a really good setup here. You made it. Look at this view. Stunning, isn't it? I've heard there's a thief somewhere with what sounded like a particularly useful rune. There's also that pesky dragon. Needs to be slain. Do you ever wonder where these buildings came from? Who built this castle? Does it have a master? Do you ever wonder where the... Well, knowing that we'll be fighting that boss soon, we better prepare with a set with good fire defense, which the best we got for now is that. Of course, the blacksmith set. Really good for fire protection. Alright, what else do I want to... Well, first let's claim the sanctuary. There we go. And do we have enough for a level up? We just don't quite have enough for a level up, unfortunately. I mean, I guess I could, I guess I could think about which of these shields is better for fire defense, because the shield I use is not one that's ideal for fire defense. So I might, for this fight, want to switch to the Raider's Targe, since that's my best one for fire defense. Stone Guy. I also know there's that ring that does allow for some uses. Nope. Ow. Come on, I haven't even gotten to the actual boss yet. Maybe I should have just ignored them. Because I wasted a healing. At least now I have enough to level up, so maybe I'll use this as my excuse to turn around real quickly and do a quick level up before we start the fight. So that'll get me an extra poultice pouch right over here. Bloodied yet, but yet resolute, and under light of moon he tended scrapes and minor wounds. His journey could resume. The Tale of Vel Karam, stanza 27. Alright, so we're seeing it here now. I'm now up to 8. Very nice. Alright, let's continue for real this time. Alright, I'm just gonna ignore everything and head straight for the boss. So it's kind of hard to do when they keep attacking me. Are they here? I know for a fact there was a boss this way. It should be right up here. Okay, no, it was a candle section. Not a sanctuary, but we should be good to go for the boss now. Silver leaf. I wonder if I should head back to the blacksmith at some point to go and upgrade my weapon. Grasping ring. Increased salt obtained from slain enemies. This is another stone merchant, and the boss should be right up here. I've got the best fire protection possible outside of the fire defense ring to take on the Krakon Worm. This is a fun boss, from what I remember. And yeah, it's a tough one. I am already almost dead. Clearly, it has been a while since I last fought this boss. Also, why am I not using my blessings? Right as I use my Bless Page ability. Oh, heal, heal, heal. Does that... Oh, no, I didn't heal fast enough. Alright, let's try this again. And also remember to cast my prayer before the fight starts. Yeah, clearly it's been a while since I last done this. Wait, I was blocking there. It's always when I cast Blessed Weapon that they go flying off into the air. Alright, let's use a red shard to heal a little bit. Actually, that was kind of unnecessary because I have the Mending Ring. I just realized that now. Alright, heal. Where'd they go? Alright, let's get ready. Still have plenty of opportunities to cast spells. At the same time, though... won't be long until they're running low on health. So we just have a little bit more to go. Uh-oh. Alright, I need to mend. So right now I'm dangerously... I'm getting too wounded, is the problem. So I need to start casting a few mends to ensure I don't get too wounded that I can't win the fight. There we go! Down it goes. Another boss down. Let's maybe cast Mend a couple more times to be safe. Wait, I can't cast any more Mends? That is odd that I can't cast that. Alright. Jagged Key. Oh, hello. Why am I just sitting here? I'm the best thief in the 8 kingdoms. But what can a thief do against a dragon? A dagger against Wormscale? No. So I just sit here. You've slain the dragon. Well, if you've done that, maybe someone like me can slay mighty monsters as well. Here, take this brand. It'll hurt, but it's a tool crucial to a thief. very much. There's treasure in the heart of this island, and it'll be mine, just you wait. Alright, gotcha. If I remember correctly, the way back to the sanctuary should be this way. And once again, we're back to having a ton of gold. It does leave me wondering if it would be a good idea at this time to grab some more... if I should summon the blacksmith. How many blacksmiths? Okay, we have 2 at the moment. I would be down at this time to summon a blacksmith so I can see if I could maybe level up my weapon at all. So I feel like my weapon is ought to be at a good level to do some leveling up soon. Sword, shields, mail, and plate. If you need it, I can craft it. Alright, so I am mainly interested... Should I consider the... Nah, that's kind of useless to me. Let's focus on upgrading for the time being. I mainly want to upgrade my axe so it can deal some more damage. My axe right now could use some more firepower. If this is the axe I'm going to be sticking with throughout my adventure. Maybe I'll find a better axe later on. But for now, this is kind of what I got. I guess I can also upgrade my shield so there's more that it can block. And then maybe level up my plate mail. Just so that offers a bit more protection. And then, let's see. I guess we'll go with the plate greaves to finish it off. Keep your soul and keep your wits about you out there. I don't know why I thought he said soul. Keep your soul intact out there. Alright, 3 more level ups. With that, we could go down more of the Berserker route. It would definitely allow us to get our hands on that last poultice pouch upgrade that I'm interested in going for. Because at the moment, we're not finding that many good axes. So I'm not super eager to get my hands on the good stuff just yet. So I'd be down to start going for that final poultice pouch. So alright, fortified strength. Fortunately, a Gnarland is killed like any other beast, though they usually take a bit more chopping up. They have no hearts or lungs to pierce, but destroying their heads is a sure way to kill them for good. Fire is also a hunter's best friend. The Falling Null Horror S9. And then Fortified Strength. I just realized I can just go straight to that one, meaning that I'd only need to get 2 more level ups in to get that last poultice pouch. Which will mean that I'll probably be sticking with the majority of this adventure with only 3, or well, with only 9 healing items total. I mean, that won't be too bad as long as I make sure to use, like, my mending ability and, you know, like, the other healing items. I guess I shouldn't be too worried about that. Alright, I drew my field cleaver and did my best to hack at the thing, but it was too quick, too shapeless, too evasive in the dark of night. I did finally see its face when it reared up to wail at me with its gurgling infant-like wail. Its chin dripped blood and bits of bright red flesh. The Folly Null Horror S26. Then augmented endurance. But Livin to the north had resisted the Ascarian Great Unification decree. So it was decided those loyal to Devara paladins, clerics, and peasants would embark on a pilgrimage to Livin, the Pensen Pilgrimage S6. Alright, so eventually we'll be able to head on up and reach the Poultice Pouch. And then we'll get back to being able to wield more prayers. And then eventually finish off the Berserker. I guess with the fact that there's not many upgrades to both Berserker and, like, not much getting in the way of me finishing off the Cleric route, outside of maybe the route to Class 5 Cleric. But it's like, for Class 3 and 4, we can get there quite quickly. Same for this class of Berserker. Only thing in my way here would maybe be deciding if I want the Dexterity route or extra endurance. Maybe a bit of extra endurance at some point so I can go a little bit more down the route of seeing if I can get enough to out-endure to be able to start mid-rolling at least. That'd be something worth spending my upgrades on. Until then, though, I am still stuck with loads of gold. Now, I am starting to feel a bit tired, so I am thinking if maybe this is a good time to end stream. So let's see, who's live right now? Okay, we got a few raid options. So yeah, I think I'll go ahead and disconnect from the voice channel. But yeah, I think this is a good place to call it a stream. Because I'm starting to get a bit tired, and I do have work in the morning. So we made good progress today. I mean, we definitely... Yeah, once I really, like, understand the game well, and just focus on the main routes, it's definitely possible to get through this game quickly. Like, very quickly. Yeah, now it's time to consider a raid option. So right now with the available raid options... Oh, perfect! Ghost Queen just went live. So I could just raid her. So I can talk about my second run-through of the game. I don't know how much I can talk about with the other streamers that I follow, since I don't know how much they know about Salt and Sanctuary, outside of maybe Will of the Game. Oh, I wonder if I should have made a character based off Ghost Queen. Problem is, I don't see what I could have done, what I can do to, like, make a ghost-themed character in the world of Salt and Sanctuary. But yeah, with that in mind, so this week's going to be a bit of a busy one. Because, unlike previous weeks where I usually get Mondays off, instead, I'm going to be working Monday and I'm going to have Wednesday off. And for this upcoming Wednesday, I've made plans with family, as I've been very interested in trying out a corn maze, as I've never gotten to do one before. And, like, with the shows that I run at my job, like, there's a segment every Thursday, and there's, like, almost always someone that talks about corn mazes, so it's like, it's gotten me in the mood to try out a corn maze, since I've never gotten to do one before. And I think it would be pretty cool to try out a corn maze. So, with that being said, my schedule for this entire week is going to be booked, so unless there's a day where I'm not very tired, I don't know how many opportunities I'm going to have to stream. With how busy it's going to... So, my best chances of getting a streaming opportunity in is if there's an afternoon after work where I'm not tired. And from what I've seen of every time I've tried to set up a stream, that usually never happens. So that basically means we might have to wait until next Saturday for my next streaming opportunity. And once again, I wouldn't be surprised if my family goes throwing chores at me, making it to where I only get, like, not much time to stream on a weekly basis. As for what I'll play next stream, I mean, we're making good progress in Salt and Sanctuary here, that if things go as well as they are, I could see us beating this game in, like, 2 or 3 more streams. Now, that being said, I would still like to make sure we keep at it with Silksong, because I'm certain there's still a lot more to that game that I haven't seen yet. But yeah, that's it for stream announcements. So with that being said, let's get the raid started. And thank you everyone for watching. And as always, if you enjoyed this stream and wish to see more of my content, feel free to leave a like and subscribe, and click the notification bell to stay notified of future uploads. For those of you watching on Twitch, feel free to leave a follow and also click the notification bell. Feel free to follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm always active there. And I also have a Discord server that, should you be willing to be respectful and abide by the rules, I'm down to send you an invite, where on the server you can stay updated with stream announcements, chat with my regulars, post some memes, as well as be able to join the voice channel where you can chat with me live on stream. And until next time, this is the Gamer of Gamers, and stay excellent, everyone.